carefully designed for relaxed listening. If you are looking for a slow burn, heartfelt story full of life details, gentle emotional shifts, and subtle human warmth. This tale will accompany you through more than 16 minutes smoothly. There are no intense conflicts, unexpected twists, or thrilling adventures. Instead, it follows one ordinary person's journey of self-healing, rediscovery, and reconnection with life by the sea. Every sentence maintains a natural speaking rhythm, perfect for pure voice-only audio on YouTube. The main character of our story is a 39-year-old man named Silas Ward. For nearly 15 years, Silas worked as a well-known music producer in a busy coastal city. He was good at capturing popular rhythms and creating hit songs that quickly climbed the music charts. Every day, his life was filled with tight schedules, commercial performances, and social events in the entertainment circle. Surrounded by noise, spotlights, and flattery, he lived the glamorous and fast-paced life that most outsiders admired. In the eyes of industry insiders and fans, Silas was a talented, successful, and influential figure in the music industry. He had a luxurious apartment in the city center, a stable income far beyond ordinary people, and countless opportunities to cooperate with top singers. It seemed that he had everything related to fame and fortune. However, few people knew that the busy and noisy life had long worn away his original love for music. When Silas was a teenager, he fell in love with music because of the sound of waves along the coastline of his hometown. He grew up in a quiet fishing village on the northern coast. Every afternoon rise and fall, listening to the wind sweep across the sea surface, and improvising simple melodies with the rhythm of the waves. At that time, music was his most loyal companion and pure spiritual harbor. He created music only for the peace in his heart, not for awards, traffic, or commercial profits. After graduating from high school, he left the fishing village for the big city to pursue a music career. At first, he still stuck to his own creation style, trying to integrate the gentle rhythm of the sea into his works. But the cruel commercial market soon told him that sincere and slow-paced creation could not bring quick returns. Record companies constantly put forward modification requirements, forcing him to cater to popular trends and give up his personal style. Gradually, Silas compromised again and again. He abandoned the melodies inspired by the sea, threw away the guitar that accompanied his youth, and began to produce hit songs according to the market formula. Year after year, he was trapped in repetitive creation work, dealing with complicated interpersonal relationships in the industry every day, and dealing with endless trivial affairs related to music production. The once pure love for music slowly faded away, leaving only mechanical work and inner exhaustion. As he grew older, Silas became more and more tired of the noisy life in the city. He suffered from long-term insomnia and anxiety. Even when he finished a well-received work, he could no longer feel the sense of satisfaction and joy. He often sat alone in the late night studio, staring at the dense audio tracks on the screen, feeling empty and confused about his life. The final decision to change came after building of the building and the adjustment of the local planning. The lighthouse was not only a landmark of the fishing village, but also the most important spiritual symbol of his youth. After learning the news, countless long forgotten memories flooded into his mind. At that moment, he made up his mind to return to the fishing village where he had been away for many years. Without hesitation, he handed in his resignation, terminated all unfinished cooperation projects, packed simple luggage, and drove back to the quiet northern coastal fishing village. When he stepped on the familiar beach again, smelled the salty sea breeze, and heard the familiar sound of waves, his tense nerves that had been tied for many years finally relaxed. His parents had passed away years ago, leaving only an old seaside cottage for him. The cottage was simple and shabby, with see. At first, Silas just planned to stay for a short time to stop the demolition of the lighthouse and calm his inner anxiety. But after settling down, he found himself unwilling to leave again. The life of the fishing village was slow and peaceful. Every morning, he was woken up by the sound of seagulls. He walked along the coastline at dawn, watching the sunrise paint the sea golden red. In the daytime, he talked with the elderly fishermen, listened to their stories about the sea and old times, and helped them mend fishing nets and sort seafood. In the evening, he sat on the beach, watching the sunset sink into the sea, and feeling the gentle wind brush his cheeks. In order to save the old lighthouse, Silas took the initiative to communicate with the village committee and the local cultural department. He used his influence friends in the music industry to shoot short documentaries about the lighthouse and the fishing village's history, and posted them on social platforms. Unexpectedly, the simple and sincere coastal style quickly attracted the attention of many netizens. More and more people began to pay attention to this forgotten old lighthouse and the quiet fishing village. With the continuous spread of online attention, the local government finally changed the plan and decided to protect and repair the old lighthouse instead of demolishing it. During the repair period, Silas volunteered to supervise the construction work, carefully recording every detail of the old building and sorting out the history and stories behind the lighthouse. In the process of guarding the lighthouse and living by the sea, Silas's love for music slowly woke up again. He found his dusty old guitar from the storage room of the cottage, wiped off the thick sound made his eyes moist instantly. This time, he no longer thought about charts, commercial returns, and market preferences. He just sat on the beach or in front of the lighthouse, following the rhythm of the waves and the wind, and creating melodies from the bottom of his heart. His new works are full of the gentle power of the sea, the simplicity of fishing village life, and the calm after life's precipitation. He did not release them through record companies, but occasionally shared the audio clips on his personal account. Without deliberate promotion, these warm melodies were spread rapidly among netizens. Many people trapped in urban pressure and life anxiety gained comfort and peace from his music. Silas gradually integrated into the life of the fishing village. He rented an idle small house near the lighthouse and transformed it into a simple music studio. The studio has large floor-to-ceiling windows facing the sea. When creating music, he can look up and see the boundless sea view. He occasionally holds small free music sharing sessions at the foot of the lighthouse, inviting local villagers and passing tourists to listen to the original music by the sea. Many urban tourists come to the fishing village because of his music and the old lighthouse. Silas never regards this as a business opportunity. He just greets every guest with a sincere attitude, shares the stories of the sea and the lighthouse, and lets everyone feel the healing power of coastal life. Some tired office workers stay in the fishing village for a period of time to adjust their state. Some young people who are confused about life sit on the beach and listen to music quietly, finding the direction of life again. As time went by, Silas completely got rid of the anxiety and impetuosity He no longer chases fame and fortune, nor does he force himself to create works that cater to the public. He lives a regular and peaceful life by the sea, creates music according to his own mood, guards the old lighthouse full of memories, and interacts with simple and kind villagers every day. He also gradually realized the true meaning of music creation. Music is not a tool to exchange fame and fortune, but a way to record emotions and convey warmth. The most touching works are always those created with sincerity and life perception. The hustle and bustle of the entertainment industry once made him lose himself, but the quiet sea and simple fishing village life helped him find his original intention again. This story brings us a profound and gentle revelation. Many people, when stepping into society and pursuing their careers, will gradually compromise with reality. and pure hobbies, and finally become tired and empty in the fast-paced life. We're busy chasing the goals defined by the outside world, ignoring what we really love and what can bring us inner peace. The noise and prosperity of the city can easily make people lose their direction, while nature and a slow life rhythm can heal the inner wounds that have been accumulated for a long time. It is never too late to get away from the impetuous environment for a while. Return to the quiet place in your memory and reconnect with the most authentic self. Success has no single standard. It is not necessary to live a glamorous life in the bustling city to prove your value. A peaceful life that suits you. A career that makes you passionate, and a life state full of warmth and comfort are also rare happiness. If you are currently trapped in career fatigue, lost your original intention, or exhausted by the fast-paced life. You can learn from Silas's experience and give yourself a chance to slow down. Stay away from trivial noise for a period of time. Walk into nature. Listen to your inner voice and pick up the long abandoned love and hobbies. Life has many possibilities. You can choose to run forward in the bustling crowd, or you can choose to settle in a quiet corner and live a warm and comfortable life. No matter what choice you make, as long as you follow your inner heart and keep sincere and gentle, you can live a meaningful and fulfilling life. May every listener who is tired and confused find their own spiritual harbor like Silas. Rediscover the passion buried in their heart and live a calm and warm life in the years to come. Welcome to another long-form story narration, perfect for hours of relaxed listening. Today's narrative on gentle character growth, and warm human connections, designed to run smoothly over 16 minutes at a natural speaking pace. There are no intense conflicts, shocking plot twists, or dramatic cliffhangers. Instead, this story explores loss, self-discovery, community warmth, and the quiet magic hidden inside an old mountain bookstore, bringing peaceful comfort to every listener. Our central character is a 41-year-old woman named Clara Mercer. For nearly 20 years, Clara worked as a high-pressure senior editor at a large publishing house located in the heart of a crowded metropolis. Her daily schedule was packed with tight deadlines, endless manuscript revisions, tough author negotiations, and endless internal meetings. She spent most of her time buried under piles of documents, racing against the clock to select Polish and launch best-selling books for the market. From an outside perspective, she had built a stable and respected career in the literary industry. Colleagues admired her sharp judgment and efficient work style, while authors valued her professional editing skills and market sensitivity. Yet beneath her capable and focused appearance, Clara had long been trained by the commercialized publishing industry. When she was young, she fell in love with reading because books opened up countless colorful worlds for her. She dreamed of editing meaningful, soul-touching literary works that could bring comfort and inspiration to ordinary readers. However, after years working in mainstream publishing, she found herself forced to prioritize sales data, market trends, and commercial profits over literary quality and emotional depth. Many sincere, quiet, and slow-paced manuscripts Gradually, Clara lost the original joy of working with books. She could no longer feel moved by the words she read every day. Editing turned from a passionate career into repetitive mechanical labor. She suffered from chronic mental fatigue and emotional numbness. Every late night after work, she would stare blankly at the city lights outside the window, feeling an increasing sense of emptiness and confusion about her life. She had achieved career stability and professional recognition, but she had lost the initial reason why she loved books in the first place. The final push for change came after her beloved aunt passed away peacefully in a small mountain town. Her aunt had lived alone for decades in a remote mountain village, running an old independent bookstore that had been passed down through the family for 3 generations. In her will, she left the bookstore and a small mountain house to for the warmth of books and slow down the pace of life in the quiet mountains. After finishing the funeral arrangements, Claire took a long break from work and drove alone to the mountain town she had only visited a few times in her childhood. The moment she stepped into the valley surrounded by rolling green mountains, she felt the weight on her chest lift slightly. The mountain air was fresh and clean, filled with the faint scent of pine and wild grass. The mountain village had no tall buildings or busy traffic, only scattered wooden houses, winding stone paths, and simple villagers living a peaceful life following the seasons. The old bookstore stood at the intersection of the village's main street, with weathered wooden doors, faded wooden signboards, and large glass windows covered with dust. Inside, rows of wooden bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books, classic literary works, poetry collections, plans, travel notes, children's fairy tales, and hand-bound old books. Sunlight slanted through the windows, casting soft light onto the dusty book spines. Standing inside the quiet bookstore, Clara suddenly felt the long-lost warmth of reading awaken again in her heart. At first, Clara only planned to stay for a month to sort out her aunt's belongings and deal with the bookstore's handover formalities before returning to the city to resume work. But as days passed, she found herself increasingly reluctant to leave this peaceful mountain town. She began to clean the bookstore carefully every morning, wiping bookshelves, sorting messy books, sweeping away dust and tidying up the reading area by the window. Every time she ran her fingers over the rough book spines and smelled the unique fragrance of old paper and ink, her restless heart would calm down this about the city lady who suddenly came to take over the old bookstore. At first, they kept a gentle distance and only peeked into the store occasionally. But Clara's quiet, gentle personality and sincere attitude gradually broke the sense of strangeness. She kept the bookstore open from sunrise to sunset every day, placing a few wooden tables and chairs by the window for free reading, and preparing clean hot water for anyone who walked in. Slowly, more and more villagers began to step into the old bookstore. Elderly people came to read newspapers and history books to pass the quiet afternoon. School-age children rushed in after class to borrow fairy tales and picture books. Young people living in the mountains came to look for travel notes and literary works to broaden their horizons. Some tired travelers passing through the mountain village also accidentally walked into the bookstore and stayed for hours of peaceful reading. Watching different people immerse themselves in books and gain peace and happiness from the printed words. Clara suddenly understood the true value of a bookstore. It was not just a place to sell books, but a quiet spiritual harbor for ordinary people to escape trivial troubles. Unlike the urban publishing industry that chased bestseller lists and sales volume, this small mountain bookstore delivered simple, pure warmth to every reader without utilitarian purposes. Clara gradually adjusted her life rhythm and made up her mind to stay in the mountain village and run the old bookstore seriously. She resigned from her senior editor position in the city, packed up her urban life, and moved all her belongings into the small mountain house behind the bookstore. She no longer chased tight work schedules or commercial performance. Instead, She arranged her daily life around the opening hours of the bookstore. Every morning, she opens the wooden door of the bookstore, arranges newly collected second-hand books on the shelves, and tidies up the reading area. In the afternoon, she sits by the window reading quietly, or chats gently with readers about the books they love. She occasionally collects old books from nearby towns and cities, sorts them carefully, and puts them on the shelves at affordable prices. She also sets up a free book exchange corner in the store, allowing villagers to swap idle books and share reading fun with each other. In the process of running the bookstore, Clara built sincere and warm connections with the mountain villagers. A retired old teacher often comes to share literary stories with her. A local farmer brings fresh fruits and wild vegetables to thank her for letting his children read handmade gifts with her every day. These trivial and warm interactions gradually healed the long-term emotional numbness caused by urban work. To bring more reading fun to the mountain village, Claire regularly organizes small book sharing activities every weekend. Villagers sit casually in the bookstore's courtyard, sharing book insights, life stories, and small happy moments in life. No one needs to prepare carefully or speak formally. Everyone chats freely in a relaxed atmosphere. These simple activities bring the scattered villagers closer together and make the mountain village full of literary warmth. After more than a year living in the mountains, Claire has completely walked out of the work burnout and life confusion of the city. She no longer pursues high-intensity career achievements or secular success. Running the old bookstore has become her most fulfilling career. she reads every day, communicates with lovely readers, lives close to nature, and gets along with kind villagers. Her life is simple and regular, but full of inner peace and satisfaction. She also re-understood the meaning of editing and publishing. Commercial bestsellers have their own market value, but quiet literary works and ordinary reading happiness are equally precious. She occasionally edits and polishes manuscripts sent by amateur mountain riders in her spare time, helping them polish their life stories into readable booklets and placing them on the bookstore shelves. Seeing ordinary people's words become printed works brings her more sense of achievement than any urban bestseller. This gentle and healing story tells us a precious life truth. Many people are trapped in high-pressure work and fast-paced urban life, gradually losing the original passion for their career and forgetting what true we're busy chasing the success defined by society and others, running forward mechanically every day, but ignoring the inner voice and long abandoned hobbies. It is never too late to step out of the busy, impetuous environment and slow down life's pace. Sometimes leaving the familiar life track and settling in a quiet place can help us rediscover our original intention and heal inner exhaustion. Success is not measured by position, salary, and social status. A peaceful life that suits your heart, a career that brings spiritual satisfaction, and a life full of small warmth are also rare and precious happiness. Books have a quiet, healing power. In an era flooded with short videos and fragmented information, slow and deep reading can calm impetuous thoughts and bring stable inner strength. A small bookstore, a cup of hot tea, and a favorite book can easily help people escape If you're currently trapped in work fatigue, career numbness, or life confusion, take a moment to stop and listen to your inner voice. You don't have to make earth-shaking life changes immediately. You can start with small things. Pick up a long unread book. Find a quiet corner to slow down your thoughts and reconnect with the hobbies and passion you once loved. Life has countless possible ways to live. You can choose to struggle hard in the bustling city, or you can choose to settle down in a quiet corner and live a slow and warm life. No matter what choice you make, as long as you follow your heart and live sincerely, you can live a fulfilling and meaningful life. May every listener tired of busy life find their own spiritual harbor like Clara. Rediscover the beauty hidden in ordinary days and live a calm and gentle life surrounded by books and warmth. This is a slow-paced, detailed, and voice-friendly novel commentary specially created for YouTube long-form content. The whole script is adapted for pure voice narration without background music. The sentences are smooth. The rhythm is gentle, and the content is rich and layered. It fully meets the 16-minute plus audio conversion standard. It is suitable for long-form novel explanation videos, bedtime story channels, and relaxed literary commentary content on YouTube. Today, we are going to dive into a quiet, touching, and extremely healing literary story that hides the most genuine warmth of ordinary life behind an ordinary and plain plot. Unlike those fast-paced thrillers or dramatic adventure novels full of twists and turns, this story takes root in trivial daily life. It tells us that the most precious things in the world are never grand and dazzling miracles, but the trivial, persistent, and gentle companionship that accompanies us through ordinary days. The protagonist of the story is an ordinary young man named Elias Voss. Elias is 27 years old, living alone in a small, quiet town far away from the bustling city. The town is surrounded by rolling green hills all year round. The air is filled with the fresh scent of grass and soil. There are no crowded streets, no noisy car horns, and no fast-paced life that makes people breathless. Most of the residents in the town have lived here for generations. They are simple, kind, and slow in speech and behavior. Everyone knows each other, and every family's trivial life is intertwined in this small town. Elias is a freelance book restorer. This is a quiet and lonely profession. Most of his working time is spent in a small old study on the second floor of his wooden house. His study is full of old books of different ages and sizes. Some books have yellowed pages. Some have faded covers, and some are even damaged by time, with broken spines and missing corners. Every day, Elias sits by the window facing the green hills, carefully repairing these old books that have been abandoned or forgotten. the cracked pages, mends the worn gaps, rebinds the loose book spines, and wipes off the dust accumulated on the books for decades. For outsiders, this kind of life is too dull and boring. There is no passion, no change, no social entertainment, and no so-called career progress. But for Elias, this quiet life is the most comfortable harbor in the world. He has loved old books since he was a child. He firmly believes that every old book has its own life and memory. Every scratch on the page, every faded ink mark, every fold left by the previous reader is a silent story left by time. When he repairs a dilapidated old book, he is not just repairing paper and ink, but waking up the forgotten memories hidden in the years. Elias used to be a restless young man. When he was 18, he left this small town resolutely, eager to rush into the bustling big city to pursue his so-called dreams. At that time, he was full of ambition, thinking that the world outside the hills was full of splendor and opportunities. He believed that ordinary life in the small town was a kind of waste and compromise. He longed for busy work, brilliant achievements, crowded crowds, and a life full of changes and surprises. In the big city, he worked day and night, ran around for his career, catered to all kinds of people, and adapted to the fast-paced and utilitarian urban rules. He once achieved small success. He had a decent job, a narrow apartment in the city center, and countless social parties every week. But as time went by, he became more and more tired and empty. He found that the city's prosperity was illusory. The so-called friends were just contacts tied by interests. The busy work made him lose his own time. The dazzling neon lights at night could not warm his empty heart. He was surrounded by crowds every day, but he was extremely lonely. He chased fame and fortune for many years, but finally found that he had lost the most simple happiness and peace of mind. On his 25th birthday, after finishing an overtime work late at night. He stood on the bustling street of the city, watching the endless stream of cars and the brightly lit high-rise buildings. For the first time in many years, he missed the quiet, small town at the foot of the green hills. The breeze blowing through the leaves. The quiet night with only crickets chirping, and the slow and relaxed life without utilitarianism. The next month, he resigned from his stable job, packed up all his luggage, refused all the retention and persuasion of his colleagues and friends, and resolutely returned to the small town where he grew up. He renovated the old wooden house left by his grandmother, sorted out the messy study, and picked up the book restoration skill he learned from his grandmother when he was a child. Since then, he has settled down here completely, bid farewell to the impetuous city life, and started his quiet and lonely book restoration life. At first, many townspeople could not understand his choice. Young people in the town all yearn for the outside world and try their best to leave the small town. Only Elias, had gone out and seen the world, chose to come back and live a reclusive life. Some people said he was cowardly and escaping from reality. Some people said he was lazy and unwilling to work hard. Some even guessed that he had failed in the city and had to come back to make a living. Elias never explained or argued. He still gets up at sunrise every day, makes a cup of warm black tea, sits by the window to repair old books quietly, and walks along the country road to watch the sunset after work every evening. He is gentle and polite to everyone. He never cares about the gossip and speculation around him. He knows clearly what kind of life he wants and what kind of state is most suitable for him. One ordinary rainy afternoon, a special guest broke the long-term tranquility of Elias's life. It was a rainy day with continuous drizzle. The sky was covered with thick gray clouds. The whole town was wrapped in soft mist. The pattering rain hit the wooden window frame, making a gentle and rhythmic sound. Elias was sitting at his desk, concentrating on repairing a poetry collection published 100 years ago. The pages of this poetry collection were severely damp and wrinkled, and many ink words were blurred by water stains. It was a very difficult restoration work. Just as he was carefully spreading the wrinkled pages with tweezers, a soft and hesitant knock on the door came from the courtyard. The knock was very light, intermittent, as if the knocker was very nervous and unsure. Elias put down his tools, stood up slowly, and walked to the door of the wooden house. When he opened the door, he saw a little girl standing in the rain. The girl looked about 8 or 9 years old. She was wearing a clean white dress, holding a tattered old picture book tightly in her arms, and her thin shoulders were slightly wet by the drizzle. Her long eyelashes were covered with tiny raindrops. Her big eyes were clear and bright, but full of unease and caution. She stood quietly at the door, looking up at Elias timidly, without speaking, but her eyes were full of pleading. Elias looked at the little girl in front of him, his voice soft and gentle, completely without the slightest coldness. "Kid, come in quickly. It's raining outside. Don't get wet." He took a clean, dry towel from the hallway, gently wiped the rain off the girl's hair and shoulders, and poured a cup of warm milk for her to warm her hands. After the little girl calmed down a little, she held the tattered picture book tightly and said in a thin, childish voice, "Uncle, I heard that you can repair old books. Can you help me fix this book? This is my mother's book." Elias took the picture book gently. It was a very old children's picture book. The cover was completely torn off. The pages were scattered and messy. Many pictures were torn incomplete, and the whole book looked dilapidated, as if it would fall apart at any time. He stroked the rough page gently and asked softly, "Is this book very important to you?" The little girl nodded hard. Her eyes turned red quickly, and her voice trembled slightly. "My mother used to read this book to me every night before going to bed. She said this is her favorite book when she was a child. But my mother left me half a year ago. This book was accidentally torn by me a few days ago. I tried my best to stick it well, but I can't. I don't want to lose my mother's book. Hearing this, Elias's heart softened completely. He looked at the little girl's red eyes holding back tears, and looked at the tattered picture book carrying all the little girl's thoughts and memories. He nodded seriously. Don't worry, kid. I will help you repair it completely. I will let it return to its original appearance. In the following days, besides his daily book restoration work, Elias spent all his spare time repairing this small picture book. Compared with those thick and precious ancient books he usually repairs, this ordinary children's picture book is not valuable at all in the eyes of outsiders. It has no collection value, no historical significance, and no exquisite binding. But in Elias's eyes, This book is heavier than all precious ancient books, because every page of it is filled with the child's deepest longing and nostalgia for her mother. He treated this tattered picture book with the most careful attitude. He sorted out every scattered page one by one, glued the torn gaps bit by bit, smoothed all the wrinkled traces carefully, rebound the loose pages firmly, and even used special pigments to repair the faded and incomplete patterns on the picture book. The repair work of the picture book lasted for a whole week. A week later, the rain stopped completely. The sky cleared up. The sun poured down on the small town, illuminating the green hills and fields everywhere. The whole town was fresh and bright after the rain. The little girl came to the wooden house on time as agreed. When Elias took the completely repaired picture book and handed it to her, the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. The tattered and messy picture book in her memory has become neat and clean again. All the cracks and scars are completely invisible. The patterns on the pages are bright and complete, just like the brand new appearance decades ago. The little girl held the book tightly in her arms, and tears finally fell down her cheeks. But she was smiling happily. She bowed deeply to Elias, and her voice was clear and sincere. "Thank you, Uncle. This is the best gift I have ever received." From that day on, the little girl often came to Elias's wooden house. She would come after school every afternoon, sit quietly on the small sofa in the study, watch Elias repair books quietly, or read the picture book that was repaired well over and over again. She no longer flinched or was cautious. Every time she came, she would bring small gifts picked from the mountains, a bunch of wild flowers, a few ripe wild fruits, or a beautiful stone she picked up by the stream. Elias's quiet and lonely life since returning to the small town has since had a warm little sparkle. He originally thought that this was just a small, warm encounter in ordinary life. But what he never expected was that this encounter would completely change his understanding and make his ordinary and peaceful life full of more warmth and meaning. Later, Elias slowly learned about the little girl's experience. The little girl's mother was a native of this small town. She once went to the city to work, met the little girl's father, and gave birth to her. But not long ago, her mother suffered from a serious illness and passed away. Her father was busy working in the city all year round and had no time to take care of her. So the little girl could only live with her elderly grandmother in the small town. She is sensible and well behaved beyond her age. She never makes trouble or acts coquettishly. She bears the longing for her mother alone in her young world. That old picture book is the only spiritual sustenance left by her mother, and it is also the only connection between her and her mother's warm memories. After knowing all this, Elias became more gentle and patient with the little girl. He would reserve snacks and hot milk for her every day. He would tell her interesting stories about old books when she was tired of reading. he would take her to walk on the country road to watch the sunset and pick wild flowers on the hills after finishing work. The originally empty and quiet wooden house gradually became lively. The sound of the little girl's clear laughter echoed in the study from time to time. The cold wooden house was filled with warm fireworks that had never existed before. The townspeople who once gossiped about Elias gradually changed their views on him. Everyone saw his gentleness and kindness. They no longer speculated about his life, but were more willing to approach this quiet and warm young man. Some elderly townspeople will send him homemade pastries and seasonal fruits. Some neighbors will take the initiative to help him tidy up the courtyard. More people will take their old books that are accidentally damaged to him for repair. Elias never charges high fees. For the folks in the town, he mostly helps repair them for free, only accepting some trivial small gifts from everyone. Day after day, the seasons cycle repeatedly. Spring goes and autumn comes. the green hills outside the window turn green and yellow, and the small town remains quiet and peaceful as always. Elias still insists on his book restoration work every day. He still lives a simple and regular life. But his heart is no longer lonely and empty. He has the company of the well-behaved little girl, the kindness of simple neighbors, and the trivial and warm beauty of ordinary life. He finally completely understood why he was so tired and empty in the bustling city back then. The real emptiness of life is not dullness and ordinariness, but the lack of warmth and sustenance in the heart. The real happiness is not chasing endless prosperity and gains, but being able to calm down, cherish the trivial beauty in front of you, guard the gentle warmth around you, and live every ordinary day earnestly. All the old books prepared by Elias carry different stories. Some are the love memories of young people decades ago. Some are the growth notes of teenagers. Some are the family warmth recorded by ordinary families. And some are the lonely insights of literati. Every repaired book is a complete salvation of time and memory. And the little girl's picture book is the warmest story among all of them. It lets Elias understand that his ordinary and lonely profession is not meaningless. Every careful repair is guarding a touch of warmth in the world, inheriting a period of unforgettable memories, and leaving a trace of tenderness for time. As the little girl grows up day by day, she becomes more cheerful and confident. She no longer hides her sadness in her heart. Under the gentle company of Elias and the care of the townspeople, she slowly walked out of the grief of losing her mother. She still keeps that well-repaired picture book carefully. Every night before going to bed, she will flip through it gently, as if her mother is still by her side, accompanying her to fall asleep quietly. This is a brand new independent story commentary. Same length, slow narrative rhythm, rich emotional details, suitable for direct audio conversion without background music, and fully meets the long duration release requirements of YouTube. Today we are going to talk about a suspenseful yet deeply healing literary novel set on a remote coastal peninsula. Unlike fast-paced crime thrillers that rely on sudden reversals and bloody plots, this story wraps human nature, redemption, and long-hidden secrets under the calm sea breeze and endless ocean views. Every detail unfolds slowly with the tide, and every character carries an unspoken past and a stubborn longing for peace. After listening to the whole story, you will find that the biggest secret in life is not the conspiracy hidden in the dark, but the courage to face one's own scars. The story is centered on a middle-aged woman named Clara Hale. At 42 years old, Clara used to be a well-known architectural designer in the metropolis. She was sharp, efficient, and ambitious. For more than 20 years, she lived a life filled with design drawings, client meetings, and tight deadlines. She chased project awards year after year, fought for higher salaries and bigger office spaces, and built a seemingly successful life with her own hands. to outsiders. She was a role model for independent women, financially free, career successful, and capable of controlling every detail of life. But no one knew how empty and exhausted Clara felt deep inside. Her marriage fell apart 5 years earlier after a long period of Cold War and alienation. Her only daughter chose to study far away from home because she felt alienated by her mother's busy schedule. Relatives and friends gradually drifted apart due to her long-term busyness. Every night after overtime, she would return to a huge, cold, high-rise apartment, eat cold takeout alone, and stare blankly at the city's night sky outside the window. Success gave her material security, but stripped away almost all her warmth and sense of belonging. One autumn evening, after submitting a heavy project design, Clara suddenly had a violent panic attack in her office. Her heartbeat raced out of control. Her breathing became difficult, and her mind was filled with overwhelming anxiety and despair. After After a series of examinations, the doctor told her bluntly that her body and spirit had reached the critical overload state. If she continued to maintain this high-pressure rhythm, she would face irreversible health damage. For the first time in her life, Clara was forced to stop running and think seriously about what she really wanted from life. After a month of painful inner struggle, she made a decision that shocked everyone around her. She resigned from her high-paying job, suspended all ongoing design projects, packed up her luggage, and drove alone to a remote coastal peninsula she had only seen in an old family photo. This was the hometown of her late mother, a small fishing village called Bramble Cove. Decades ago, her mother left the village in anger and never returned. Clara knew almost nothing about this place, except that an old cottage by the sea had been left to her in her mother's will. When Clara first arrived at Bramble Cove, she was immediately shocked by the peace and desolation here. The village is surrounded by rough cliffs and endless blue sea. There are no tall main supermarkets and luxury restaurants. Most young people have moved to cities to work, leaving only a group of elderly fishermen and scattered families who are used to coastal life. The roads are narrow and winding. The houses are low wooden structures, and the sound of waves hitting the shore can be heard day and night. The rhythm of life here follows the sunrise and sunset, the rising and falling of the tide. Slow and unchanging. The old cottage inherited from her mother stands alone on a high cliff. The paint on the wooden walls has faded. The garden is overgrown with weeds, and the windows are covered with thick dust. The moment Clara pushed open the rusted iron gate, she could smell the unique damp sea breeze mixed with the faint fragrance of seagrass. At first, she was extremely uncomfortable with this primitive and backward environment. She missed fast food delivery, high-speed internet, and convenient urban life. But as the days passed, the vast sea gradually calmed her restless heart. She began to clean the house by herself, pull out weeds in the garden, repair broken furniture, and slowly settle down in this strange small village. The local villagers are quiet and reserved. They watch the outsider woman from the city with curious and cautious eyes. No one takes the initiative to talk to her, and Clara is also used to being alone. She walks along the cliff path every morning at dawn, watching the sun rise from the sea level and dye the sea surface golden. In the afternoon, she sits on the wooden terrace by the sea, flipping through old books left by her mother or sketching the coastline casually. At dusk, she watches the fishing boats return one after another with the setting sun. Life has no schedule and no goals, and time seems to slow down infinitely. Just when Clara thought she would spend her days quietly in isolation, an accidental encounter pulled her into the long-buried secrets of Bramble Cove. One stormy afternoon, strong winds and heavy rain swept the entire peninsula. Huge waves kept pounding the cliffs, and the whole village was shrouded in howling wind and rain. Clara stayed at home and was sorting out old boxes left by her mother in the attic. Among piles of yellowed letters and faded photos, she accidentally found a locked wooden box. After prying it open carefully, she found a stack of sealed letters, a faded black and white photo, and a half-broken silver locket. The photo showed a young woman who looked almost identical to Clara standing beside a tall young fisherman, smiling brightly by the sea. From the handwriting on the back of the photo, Clara confirmed that the woman was her young mother, and the man was a local fisherman named Elias, who had a deep-rooted connection with the village decades ago. The sealed letters were written by her mother year after year, but never sent out. As Clara read page by page, a dusty past slowly unfolded in front of her eyes. Decades ago, her mother was a bright and unrestrained young girl in the village. She fell in love with Elias, a hard-working and kind-hearted fisherman. The two were deeply attached to each other and had planned to get married soon. But the local clan customs and strong prejudice at that time firmly opposed their relationship. Elias was an orphan with no family background, while the girl's family insisted that she marry a wealthy businessman in the town. Under strong family pressure and endless gossip, the two were forced to separate. Heartbroken, the mother left the fishing village overnight, cut off all contact with the past, and never dared to look back again. What shocked Clara even more was that the last few letters revealed a secret her mother had hidden for a lifetime. She had given birth to a child with Elias before leaving the village, a baby girl who was secretly adopted by an old woman in the village. That meant Clara might have an elder half-sister she had never known existed, who had been living in Bramble Cove all along. This discovery completely broke Clara's peaceful life. She was filled with shock, confusion, and curiosity. On the one hand, she was eager to find out the truth and find her lost family. On the other hand, she was afraid of distress disturbing the peaceful life of the village and uncovering the old scars buried by time. For the next few days, she wandered around the village intentionally or unintentionally, observing every local woman carefully, trying to find traces of blood connection and similar facial features. The villagers gradually noticed her strange behavior. An elderly fisherwoman named Martha took the initiative to approach her one evening when she was watching the tide alone on the cliff. Martha's eyes were deep and calm, as if she had seen through all the ups and downs of the world. Without waiting for Clara to ask questions, Martha took the initiative to talk about the old events of the year. It turned out that Martha was the old woman who adopted the baby girl back then. The baby girl was named Lila. She grew up in the fishing village, became a skilled fisherwoman, and has lived a quiet life by the sea until now. Due to the promise made to Clara's mother decades ago, Martha has never told Lila the truth about her life experience. She let Lila grow up thinking she was an orphan taken in by a kind old woman. After learning all the truth, Clara fell into a long period of hesitation. She struggled with whether she should break the current peace and tell Lila the truth abruptly. After repeated thinking, she decided to get close to Lila quietly first and let the two build a natural emotional connection before revealing the secret. Lila is a woman in her late 30s, strong, straightforward, and kind. She makes a living by fishing and shellfish picking every day.